up. I'm doing loop through, bitch.
Just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night and is watching us from the eye of the tiger. Face to face, out in the heat, hanging tough, staying hungry. They stack the odds, still we take to the street for the kill, with the skill to survive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night and is watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Rising up, straight to the top. Have the guts, got the glory. Went the distance, now I'm not gonna stop. Just a man and his will to survive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night and is watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry.
Come on, man.
Yeah, come on, man. Good morning, tonight. It's Uncle Lou here. That's right, it is me, Uncle Lou, live on YouTube for you. Thanks for watching. This is Uncle Lou After Dark, the college football call-in show every Tuesday and Thursday night at 9 p.m. year-round. No off-season here. Some of you are going to run off. That's fine. College football needs casual fans. So don't worry if you're one of those casuals. But we do this year-round, so if you're a diehard college football fan, stick around. We have a good time in the so-called off-season. Appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Happy Tuesday. A lot of you probably got some snow today. We got about 3 inches here. Unusual to get snow twice in 2 weeks here. It usually we get it maybe once every 4 or 5 years. It snowed here about 10 or 12 days ago, and snowing again all day today, still snowing now. More snow this time than last time. Last time it was mostly ice. It iced for a while, then snowed for a little bit, then iced again. This has been all snow today, about 3 inches of snow out here. So unusual for us down here to get it twice in a year, but I don't mind the snow down here because it's gone in 24 hours. This time tomorrow, all the snow will be gone. It's just, that's how it goes down here. It snows here today, gone tomorrow type of thing. I don't mind that. No way I could live somewhere where you have to basically live 3 months in that shit, though. Not for me. Not for me. But it snows just enough down here to where I can actually actually enjoy it. So hopefully some of you got some of that today too. But anyway, this is not a weather show. Although I can make it a weather show if you want me to. It'd be no problem. You don't have to have any qualifications at all to be a weatherman or do the weather or anything like that. In fact, weatherman is the job that probably offers the most job security of any job I can think of on the planet. You can literally be wrong 95% of the time and no one cares. No one says anything. You don't get reprimanded. You don't get fired. If you have no idea what the weather is going to do, you can just say it's a 50% chance of something. Doesn't even matter what it is. You're just saying maybe it'll do that, maybe it won't, and you're good to go. I think the only qualification to be a weatherman is the ability to read, because you have to be able to read a teleprompter or whatever. So that would rule out those of you from Mississippi and a lot of you from South Carolina, but pretty much everybody else. Well, a lot of you from Alabama too, but pretty much the rest of you could get qualified as a weather person if that's what you're looking to do. But as for me, no, that's of course not what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to talk college football. We had a national title game last night, so the 2024 season has officially come to a close. The first 12-team playoff has officially come to a close. Congratulations to Ohio State, the Ohio State team, the school, their fans, coaches, your 2024 national champions. And I know people will try because they do it no matter who wins the national title. Some people will probably try to say somehow it's not legitimate. I don't know what possible reason they would come up with, but they'll come up with, maybe it's the $20 million thing, or they'll come up with some kind of reason why the Ohio State national title is not legitimate. To the Ohio State fans, I would tell you this: don't get bent out of shape when those people do that. People do that to every single team that wins the national title. In fact, chances are, if you're an Ohio State fan, you've done that yourself. In fact, I know you did. You did it 2 years ago. Yeah, you did it 2 years ago when you claimed Georgia wasn't a legitimate national champion because I guess you had an injured player or something when Georgia beat you, and according to you, that didn't count. So you must be having a hard time coming to the realization today that Notre Dame was without their best defensive lineman and that Jeremiah Love was at about 25%. What did he have, 4 carries or something, their best player? Now, I think you still won the game, and it doesn't matter who's hurt or who's not because everybody's got 85 scholarships. That's what I think. The majority of you Ohio State people, though, you don't believe that. You think that for some reason if somebody is hurt, the game doesn't count. So to you, I don't know what you're doing about this national title. On top of that, you got to hear about it from the Michigan man for the next year. So I don't know what to tell those of you those Ohio State people that sang that song in 2022, other than you look like a complete fucking idiot then, and you look like a complete fucking idiot now. To the Notre Dame man, I hope you're old as fuck, is all I can tell you. First of all, there's no reason you should be a Notre Dame fan if you're not old as fuck. That's the only legitimate reason to be a Notre Dame fan. You've got to be over 55 years old. If you're under 55 and you're a Notre Dame fan, I don't know what's wrong with you. And I feel bad for you because you're never going to see Notre Dame win a Natty. I've been telling you this going back to 2 years when I made that video about here's a list of teams that used to matter but are never winning another Natty. Remember that video? It was Notre Dame, Nebraska, Georgia Tech. Pretty much everybody that won a Natty in the 90s. Almost everybody that won a Natty in the 90s I put on that list. Remember that? Notre Dame's just not winning another Natty. And unfortunately, since they refused to join a conference because they're scared of a 13th game and possible elimination from the postseason that would come with it, you didn't win anything this year. You didn't win a conference and you didn't win a Natty. I guess you won a bowl game, which we called a playoff game. I guess you won the Sugar Bowl and the Orange Bowl, which, hey, listen, I'm not downplaying that. Those are your 2 biggest wins since 1991. Facts. That Sugar Bowl win and then the Orange Bowl win the following week against Georgia and then Penn State, those are your 2 biggest wins since 1991. So I'm not downplaying that. But in the grand scheme of things, you just didn't win anything. You got no conference titles ever. In fact, you're winless all time in conference title games. And you blew another Natty, just like Brian Kelly did in 2012. So as far as Marcus Freeman goes, he's accomplished the same thing that Brian Kelly accomplished, losing in a national title game. 1988 forever. Buckeye Man, thank you for the super chat. He says, Lou, the pain is over. 4 straight losses to Michigan, heartbreak loss to Georgia and Mizzou, and now we win the Natty. I'm sorry I shit-talked you, Ryan Day. Shout out to you for apologizing to Ryan Day, because I can't find a single Ohio State fan who's willing to admit that they wanted Ryan Day fired 6 weeks ago, when I know good and damn well that about 80% of you did. So shout out to you for at least admitting it and having the balls to apologize right here live on Uncle Lou After Dark. Congratulations, Buckeye Man, on your national title. Very well deserved. Ohio State clearly the best team in the country this year. I don't see any reason to put an asterisk or anything next to this national title. They ran through a gauntlet of games: Tennessee, Oregon, Texas, and Notre Dame. I mean, I don't see how a national title could get any more legitimate than the one that Ohio State won this year. So, as far as the trolling of the Ohio State fans who talked shit about Georgia's Natty in 2022, I'm going to continue to do that from now to the end of time, because those nitwitted deadbeats deserve that. If you're not one of those nitwitted deadbeats, then I congratulate you as an Ohio State fan on a hell of a season. Rudy Wins Big Bowls, thank you for the super chat, says, we were down half our starters. It didn't count. Well, you're free to tell the Ohio State man that, because that is the song they sang in 2022. So you're free to tell the Ohio State man that. You're not free to tell me that. I don't buy into that dog shit. I'm not retarded is the main reason why that I don't buy into that. But you are free to troll the Ohio State man about that, because the majority of them do buy into that. So have fun with that. This is a call-in show. Shout out to everybody for tuning in. If you'd like to be a part of the show, the link is in the description of the video. It's a StreamYard link. I'll post it in the comments section now and maybe another time or two over the course of the show. But just click that link. A little box will pop up. Type your name in it, whatever you want me to call you. Click Enter Studio. It'll put you in a back room where you'll be able to hear the show. And when it's your turn to come on, I'll put you on and we'll talk some college football. It's literally that easy and that simple. We've even had a few Tennessee fans figure it out over the years, so I'm confident the majority of you will have no problem figuring it out yourself. Yeah? Let's take roll and see who's hanging out here on a Tuesday. Hamilton, Cooter Cat, Charisse, Biggs, Mike. What's up, buddy? I'm up this week, Mike. So far, so good 2 days in. I had to pay the bookie last week. I took a beating last week, but so far this week we're ahead, so we're looking good, Mike. Hope you are too. Ohio, Johanathan? The Flix Capacitor. That's a new one. Good morning, Flix Capacitor. Eric is here. Matt Dummett, Jabari Jones, Jay Shipes, Jay Groove, Ricky Bobby, Gamecock Sporty. What's up, buddy? Matt Ritson. I'm surprised I haven't heard from any Carolina fans in the last couple of weeks. What show was that where I gave a way too early prediction that you can't hold me to? Because I'm free to change my mind over the next couple of months. But what show was that where I gave a prediction for next year's SEC championship game? Might have been the call-in show last week. I thought I would have heard from some Carolina fans on that. Andy Kicklighter says, Louvie Banky. Yeah, Louvie Banky off to a good start this week. Last week, Louvie Banky, bad start. Or bad week. I lost money last week with the gambling deal. So we got to make it back this week. Joseph Sandberg, Anthony Swift, Corrections 101, Lego NASCAR, By Insanity, Big Dog Eat, Huffer Billy Paw is not here. Okay. But Brad Pitt is, and so is G-Man. Oh, it was on the morning show when I said that on the YouTube channel. Okay, yeah. I gave a way too early prediction that I retain the right to change my mind, but like gun to my head right now. And look, first of all, let me just say this, because already there are people putting out top 25s for next year. Now, I know why they do it. It's a weird thing when you're a content creator or any type of college football commentator. You know you can't put out a legitimate top 25, but you know if you put one out, it's going to get a lot of attention. But then people will complain that you're putting out a top 25 too early, but it continues to get attention. It's a weird thing. I think it's ridiculous to be putting out top 25s right now. We have another signing day coming up in February. You still have people that are going to enter the portal off of teams like Ohio State and Notre Dame, potentially. They get a portal window because their season just ended. We've got all of spring practice to go through. There are players currently in the portal. And you know the deal with the portal windows. All the portal window is a time frame of when a player can enter the portal. You can take a player out of the portal at any time. So rosters are going to be changing on a weekly basis. Another signing day in February, spring practice where hopefully nobody gets injured, but there's always some kind of major injury. Spring games, there's another transfer portal window after the spring games, the beginning of May, where players have another opportunity to enter the portal. Like, you have no idea really what a lot of these rosters are going to look like next year, but people put out these top 25s because people want to see them. Or do they? Because then people complain like, oh, it's way too, we put out a top 25. This is dumb. It's way too early. But the reason people put it out is because y'all click on it all the time. I'm just telling you the truth. That's why people do it. So I'll do one too, but I don't do one until after the first signing day at least. So it'll be the end of the first week in February before I put out my ridiculously early top 25 for next year. And even that top 25 is really just a shot in the dark. The national title odds are out for next year. You can bet on national title next year. Depending on which sports book you look at, there's different teams with the best odds, but every single sports book has the same 3 teams in the top 3 in terms of odds to win the Natty next year. And again, you don't even know who's on these teams. So I don't know why they do it, but the 3 teams are Texas, Ohio State, and Oregon. Texas, Ohio State, and Georgia. Oregon is 4th in most of the odds, but the top 3 teams are the same at every sports book: Texas, Ohio State, Georgia. The order is different depending on which sports book you look at, but it's so ridiculous to do it, but people do it. I'll do it too, but I at least wait until after the February signing day. I do 3 preseason top 25s. I'll do one after the signing day in February. I do one after the spring games in April, and then I do a final preseason top 25 about 2 or 3 weeks before the season starts. Those are the only 3 top 25s I'll put out. And they're all ridiculously hard to do because you haven't seen any of the teams play. In fact, I've got a video coming out tomorrow that I do every year right when the season ends called Uncle Lou Was Right, Uncle Lou Was Wrong. And I'm going to put up on the screen a bunch of the preseason predictions that I made, records for certain teams, who I thought was winning the conferences, all of that kind of stuff. And then we're going to look at how much, where was I wrong? Where was I right? And then I'm going to put up my preseason top 25 so you can laugh at that too. So that'll be coming out tomorrow, but it just goes to show it's hard to do these preseason shit a week before the season starts. And again, today all over the internet, everybody's putting out top 25s for next year. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but people do it because they know y'all will click on it and argue about it and debate it. That's why they do it. So I'll do it too, but not until signing day. All right, you want to talk some college football? Let's talk some college football. Here we go. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
Hey, what's up, Uncle Lou? How you
buddy.
doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I really enjoyed this college football season as always. But
yeah, so you're a South Carolina man. So what? So last week, what was my prediction for next year's SEC championship game?
Actually, I wasn't there for that live stream. I've been busy with some things, but
probably I'm not going to tell you then.
Was South Carolina on it? I'll find out. That's fair. I mean, I was just going to say, more than any game I watched this year, my favorite memory of this season will be meeting you in person in Columbia that one time.
That was fun. Yeah, there at the Wild Wings, the chicken place.
Yeah,
the Georgia-Bama game. The game didn't turn out like I hoped it would, but yeah, we had a good time up there.
Yeah. You were talking about some of these preseason predictions coming out already. I feel like when it comes to South Carolina, I've seen some of them for South Carolina. Like South Carolina's ranked preseason 9th and 10th in some of these predictions for next year. I think that's a little bit too high for us. I have a lot of perspective on what's going on with our program. We just lost our entire defense, and our defense had to do with a lot of the success that we had this last season.
Yeah.
Like 9 of our 11 starters were seniors or super seniors, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're going to have to get a lot better overall as an offense. I don't see us being like a Miami or like a Tennessee from like 2 years ago, or like an Oklahoma where we can just try and outscore. I don't believe in that style of football. I think you got to be good on both sides of the ball.
Well, you have to be good on both sides of the ball to win a Natty for sure. You can go a long way being great on just one side. I mean, how many times in a row did Oklahoma make the playoffs? Miami almost made the playoffs. Ohio State made a bunch of playoffs having no defense at
get
all.
Destroyed by any legitimate team they'd face.
Yeah.
In the first round.
Who's got the best returning quarterback in the SEC?
Probably South Carolina.
Who's got Nicholas Harbor?
South Carolina. Nick Harbor's a guy I'm kind of torn on. He showed a ton of improvement.
He played
this
a
year.
lot better this year than he did last year, and he played a lot better in the second half of the season this year than he did in the first half. He is getting a lot. See, he's a track guy. You know what he is? He's a bigger Arian Smith. Arian Smith was a track guy who they forced to learn how to catch a football because he was so fast. And now Nicholas Harbor doesn't. I'm not saying he's dropping the ball like that, but if you go back to last year, he did have a problem. He had a big problem dropping balls his first year. He got better this year, and I thought he was borderline uncoverable at times in the second half of this season. And you got to think, as good as Lenora Sellers was, you got to think he's going to get better. I mean, people tend to get better their second year. Not always, but generally they get better. And I don't know, South Carolina could be pretty good, and they got a favorable schedule again.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like the schedule. I think
get Bama at home,
3 SEC games.
Yeah, you get Bama at home. You do have to play LSU on the road this time.
Our first 3 SEC games are Vanderbilt at home, Kentucky at home, and Missouri on the road. So I actually really
should win those. What do you have a big non-con game early in the year?
Virginia Tech. We should be able to handle.
We should win that too.
If we're the team that I expect us to be next year, even I'm a little down on us next year. I'm not. My expectations aren't as high as like you might think. But if we're the team I expect us to be next year, we should beat Virginia Tech, no problem.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Virginia Tech will get Kyron Drones back, but he was injured for a good portion of this year, but he'll be back for the next year. But if we struggle with Virginia Tech or we lose to Virginia Tech, you can forget about any South Carolina being a.
Is that a neutral game or where's that at?
That's the Aflac kickoff game in Atlanta.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm debating on going to that game. If I can save enough money up over the summer, I might consider going to that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch a prediction video. So one of the things I've been struggling with is it's currently pouring down snow in Columbia, which is thank God one of the reasons I was able to tune into your show tonight. Tuesday, Thursday nights from 9 to 11. I've got Frisbee practice, so it's hard for me to tune in all the time. But I'm glad I'm able to tonight. But what are some of your thoughts on the national championship game?
I think you need to get your priorities in order.
Life of a college student.
I know, I'm messing with you. I know about your Frisbee. We've talked about your Frisbee thing before. I thought it was a great game. I mean, there was a couple of times during the game where it looked like Ohio State was about to pull away. There was a couple of points. There was one in the first half and one in the second half where I was going, Notre Dame's in trouble here. Like if Ohio State scores again here, or if Notre Dame goes 3 and out here, or whatever. But every time one of those type of situations came up, Notre Dame would make a play defensively or force a punt or whatever, or they did go down and get points, and they kind of kept themselves in the game. I mean, they just clearly don't have the talent Ohio State has. And that's not an insult. Nobody has the talent Ohio State had. They were the most talented team. Now, the most talented team doesn't always win the Natty. The most talented team doesn't always equal the best team. Alabama's probably the second most talented team, and they lost to 3 unranked teams. So I thought Notre Dame did what they had to do to keep themselves in the game. Because let's be real, if in the second half when Notre Dame was down by 2 scores, That's an almost impossible hill to climb for a team like Notre Dame. If they go down 3 scores in that game at any point, it's over. Like, they don't have the offense to come back from that. And they prevented that from happening. They kept the game watchable. You know, if Ohio State gets up 20 points on Notre Dame, it's over. I don't care if it's the first quarter or the fourth quarter. Notre Dame's not coming back from a 3-touchdown deficit to beat Ohio State. And they prevented that from happening. So they had a chance at any point in that second half to make it a 1-score game. They were 1 play away from making it a 1-score game, and they just were never able to do it. They get down there that one time. This is the only kind of, I don't think there was any like egregious referee shit. There was no crazy targeting calls. I don't see any controversy or anything in the game outside of maybe Marcus Freeman's decision to kick the field goal there. I heard his explanation in the press conference after the game, and I'm not gonna rag on him, call him an idiot or anything. If I was a Notre Dame fan, I would want to go for it there. I get it that it's 4th and 10, and you're not likely to convert against Ohio State on 4th and 10. You're also not likely to score 2 more times against Ohio State. So a touchdown would have made it a 1-possession game. A field goal really did nothing. Notre Dame still had to score 2 more times. Yeah. So I probably want my team to go for it in that spot. But outside of that, I thought Notre Dame, they did everything right. They did the best they could. They couldn't run the ball. And that was, Notre Dame's not going to beat any elite level team if they're not able to run the ball, because they don't have the playmakers on the outside where Riley Leonard's going to win the game with his arm. And plus, he's not the quarterback that can do that. They ran for 50 yards or something. Riley Leonard was their leading rusher. Riley Leonard had 30 yards, 40 yards rushing on the first drive of the game. And Notre Dame had 53 yards rushing total for the entire game. So that one stat right there, if that's all you knew, you would know Notre Dame lost the game.
So I meant to ask you this a while back. I mean, it's kind of in the past now, but what did you think about Georgia losing to Notre Dame? Even though I thought Georgia's defense played pretty good.
Yeah, it was a frustrating game because Notre Dame had more success offensively against Ohio State than they did Georgia.
Yeah,
that's just a fact. I mean, that's just what happened. Now that doesn't mean anything. Notre Dame beat Georgia, but Notre Dame didn't have no 75-yard, 10-minute touchdown drive against Georgia like they did to start the game against Ohio State. Notre Dame's only touchdown drive against Georgia was 12 yards. That's it. Georgia turned the ball over. Notre Dame jumped on it on the 12-yard line, 12-yard scoring drive, touchdown. That's the only offensive touchdown they scored against Georgia. The Georgia-Notre Dame game was lost in the last minute of the first half and the first minute of the second half,
Agreed.
Notre Dame kicks the field goal, kicks off to Georgia, 30 seconds to go. Georgia fumbles. Notre Dame gets it on the 12, scores. That's a 10-point swing. Start the third quarter, we kick off to Notre Dame. They return it for a touchdown. The ball game was summed up in the last minute of the first half and the first minute of the second half. So it's frustrating. You feel like had Georgia been able to mount any type of offense at all in that game, which credit to Notre Dame, they're really good defensively. You feel like Georgia would have had a chance to win that game if they could have put together any type of offense at all. But just like over the course of the majority of the season, they were unable to do that. Georgia struggled to run the ball all season. That showed up again in the Notre Dame game, and they just didn't have what it took offensively. I don't think Georgia's better than Notre Dame or anything like that. That's just a frustrating loss because, like you mentioned, the defense plays well enough. And as a Georgia fan, it brings back PTSD from a lot of the Mark Richt years, or particularly the first 4 or 5 years under Kirby Smart, where every game we played, the defense played good enough to win every single time. And the offense was just non-existent, like during the Jake Fromm years, and then even to a certain degree in 2020. And it's frustrating because your defense is playing at a championship level, but your offense can't get a fucking first down. They just can't do anything right. They can't throw the ball. They can't run the ball. The offensive line can't. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, I grew up. I mean, my parents pull for Georgia, but I grew up watching a lot of Georgia football, and I remember when we started. I used to be a Georgia fan before I went to Carolina. I remember when we started Faton Bota and ran a pro-style offense with them.
Yeah, made no sense against Florida. Yeah, got Rick fired. That particular game, I believe, is what got Rick fired. That and me, mainly me. but
Yeah, I
also that
agree.
game.
Mostly you, but yeah. Speaking of that, South Carolina's bowl game, I felt like, I mean, it was. I'll just start off by saying
Y'all
this.
shit the bed, man. That was disappointing.
Yeah,
That was bad
I
because that was a
disappointed.
bowl game that was worth watching because the majority of the
Both
players
teams
played
were
for both
invested in it,
teams.
Yeah.
And that was bad. That was I
Yeah.
didn't that wasn't a good look for South Carolina.
Not at all. I was very disappointed. The one thing I went to the game. The one thing I did like going into the game is that, like, from a college football standpoint, both teams, all the players, both fan bases, I felt like were like invested in this game. Like,
Yeah,
you
it
don't
felt
see
like
that very often.
like a quote unquote real game, and unfortunately, you don't get that a lot.
Yeah.
In the mid-level bowl games anymore. You used to all the time.
It just
So
felt
I agree
refreshing to see.
that game felt like a meaningful game that the players wanted to be there. They wanted to win. The crowd was into it. It felt like a big regular season non-con game.
Yeah, that's what it felt like to me. I saw that game from a Carolina fan standpoint. I saw that game of let's win 10 games rather than let's win a bowl game, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, and I don't know how much it actually means in the end, but momentum into the offseason. I mean, positive vibes entering the offseason. You'd rather come off of a win than come off of a loss. I'm not saying that because they lost that game, they're now headed downhill as opposed to if they would have won it. But I don't know. South Carolina should have won that game. I just that wasn't good. That wasn't good.
Yeah, one of my main complaints is just with the play. We got a new offensive coordinator. Our old OC went to take the job at App State, but Mike Shula, who I thought I'm still behind the Mike Shula hire. I mean, he was Cam Newton's offensive coordinator for the Panthers. The thing I don't like about Shula is that he has the tendency to turn dual threat quarterbacks into pocket passers, and that's what it felt like he was trying to do with Sellers in that game. Sellers threw the ball 34 times.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel like, to give you perspective on like how unnecessary it was, we outgained Illinois in that game, and we actually moved the football pretty well despite the only having 17 points.
Right.
I think we had over 400 yards of total offense, so it's not like we weren't able to move the ball. It's just I didn't like the play calling. It just felt like Sellers wasn't allowed to use his feet to extend plays on passes. But I saw some positives. I thought Nick Harbor had a good game. I think Sellers has a lot to improve on, but I definitely think Sellers is the future, and Sellers definitely can get it. If someone gets Carolina back to Atlanta, it's Sellers. So
yeah, I think they got a chance. I mean, I think they're going to be ranked in the top 15 in most preseason polls and rankings. I know that doesn't mean anything, but it gives you an idea of what people think South Carolina might be able to do. Next year. But anyway, hey, thank you for the call, but I'm gonna have to let you go. But it was nice hanging out with you up at the chicken place, and appreciate you calling in. Good morning, you're on with Uncle Lou. Come on, Eric. Come on, buddy. Eric. Come on, man. Eric, come on, man. Don't make me wait like this.
Come on, man.
If it was anybody else, I'd be done hung up already. Eric. Yeah. This is bad, Eric. Good morning, you're on with Uncle Lou.
Good morning, Uncle Lou.
Oh,
What's
shit.
going on, buddy?
I really wish Eric would have picked up. What's up, Octavian?
What's going on, buddy? Before I go on my epic rant on Ohio State, I want to say it's snowing in Tallahassee, Florida today.
Dang.
It's snowing Florida.
Did they have to close the circus down, or do they do that in the snow too?
No more. They turned it into a parking lot now.
Okay.
But yeah, to the Ohio State, man. Fuck Ohio State, man. Fuck the Big Ten. I can't stand those guys. Play some real team. Play like in the fall. Play us players in the fall, players at Jordan-Hare, play at the Swamp, play at Neyland Stadium, play at Sanford Stadium. Fuck the Big Ten. Soft pansy sons of guns. I can't stand them. I can't stand those sons of guns. Play some real football. And these Ohio State fans think they good. They are not good. I hate them. And listen here, you only won because you lucked up just lucked up out of a draw. If you wasn't in the 9 seed, you wouldn't been playing it. You wouldn't been playing in the national championship. You wouldn't even make the national championship. You wouldn't even make got there. And I'm just man, Ohio State fan. This is not the time to gloat. This is the time you got the Tigers on your back now. I'm coming for you. Georgia's coming for you. I don't care what you say. Y'all sorry to me. I hate y'all. That's fuck the Big Ten for this all.
All right,
But,
thank you,
SEC
Octavian. No, that was amazing. It's a little weird to hear a Florida fan tell Ohio State fans not to gloat while Florida fans are busy gloating about a 5-loss season. That's a little weird. Good morning, you're on with Uncle Lou.
Jeez, buddy, how you doing?
Oh, what's up, David?
How you doing, man? Anyway, Octavian, I think it's funny. You said fuck the Big Ten, but like 3 months ago, you were wanting Dan Lanning as your coach. So that 2 and 2 ain't making 4 there. Okay. First of all, Ohio State, man, congrats. Y'all did it. Y'all kicked our ass. Y'all earned that championship. But I will say I did just hear that the NCAA came out and said that Just for Men is now a performance enhancing drug.
Yeah.
So Ryan Day and that championship, that's there's a big asterisk there. So.
Oh boy, poor Ryan Day. He can't catch a break.
He can't catch a break.
Have you seen the? There's a video going around that it's in the tunnel after the game.
The cart?
The golf cart thing. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I mean, say it. Are you gonna say it?
I mean, I don't know what was going on. The lady ran right into the fucking wall. I don't know what. I guess they were trying to, after the game, there's a bunch of shit they have to do on the field, and then they do the post-game press conferences. So I guess they did all the shit on the field, and then Ryan Day walked into the tunnel, and there's a golf cart. For those of you who haven't seen it, there's a golf cart waiting in the tunnel, and there's a lady driving it, and there's a couple of people sitting in it, and Ryan Day is sitting in it, and the golf cart is going to drive Ryan Day to wherever the post-game press conference is. And the lady in the golf cart goes to turn around and runs right into the fucking wall and about throws Ryan Day out of the golf cart.
God bless. I mean, I get it. Golf carts don't corner worth a damn, but you got to turn that thing all the way to the side.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, props to Ohio State. Y'all won it. And Oregon fans out there that are complaining about seeding, I don't want to hear it, man. Like, we had our shot at that team. We didn't win the game. And if our one loss all year is to the national champion, I'll take it, man. I'm not going to be upset about it. Like,
Yeah.
I would have loved to.
I mean, I think both things are true. Like, I think, like, obviously, and this isn't just an Oregon thing, like, it's pretty much in agreement across the college football universe that the seeding needs to be rearranged and fixed.
Yeah.
But it's also true that Ohio State just beat the soul out of Oregon, and it doesn't appear that it would have mattered whether that game was played then or 2 weeks later.
No, it wouldn't have mattered. And now I will say, now the pay David movement is looking very nice. Like I told you, I hit a 3-leg prize picks.
Yeah, nice.
Yesterday. Now I did get cocky, and I tried to double my money on Ohio State.
Yeah,
I took a -8 early, so I had that. And then they were just rolling against Notre Dame. So Notre Dame fans should really thank me for this, because I bet mid-game, I bet Ohio State -26.5, because it was at 24 when I bet it. So I was like, okay, they can outscore Notre Dame by 2 points here in the rest of the game. It was like middle third quarter. And so Notre Dame fans, you should be thanking me personally, that y'all didn't get creamed, because then the line just went down. So
Yeah.
I'm the reason Notre Dame didn't get blown out.
I do that too. If I hit a couple of bets or something, I'll get cocky and swing for the fences on something.
My thought was, okay, I'm winning the -8. That's a walk in the park. And so that's winning me $20 right there. So if I put 10 on this -26.5, I can double my money. But if I lose it, then it's like, okay, I'm not behind.
Yeah.
So it was a fun little bet. And and it didn't work out. But I'm happy to be up. You better rather be up than down.
I say that all the time. I'd rather lose $1 than win $1. So being
You'd
up
rather
anything.
win $1. You'd
yeah.
rather win $1 than lose $1.
Yeah, I know everybody on the internet and in the comment section picks every game right and all that and is millionaires from betting. But back here in reality, it's hard to win betting on sports. So, yeah, being up any amount of money is a win.
All right, buddy. Well, hey, you have a good rest of your show. I'll be listening, and you have a good rest of your week, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, buddy. Good to hear from you. Thank you for calling in. Oklahoma man, you're on with Uncle Lou. You got to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, it's been a little bit since I've talked to you, but not too long, I don't think.
Yeah. Long enough, hopefully, for reality to have set in for you.
Well, I've heard a lot of people talking about OU fans.
Turns out I was right. Turns out I was right.
Well, you were right,
Yeah.
and so were a lot of other people, man.
Yeah.
And
Just
you know
not
what?
very
It all
good.
hinged on the mass injuries, and our quarterback sucked.
Mm.
But the defense was really good, though.
I guess the offensive coordinator was garbage too, huh? You got rid of him again.
Yeah, got rid of him. Hey,
Third coordinator in 3 years coming up now. So,
oh man, third and fourth. So what I called in to ask you was, do you think there's fire, or is it just smoke
I think
to Knowles coming to Oklahoma?
the Knowles coming to Oklahoma? I don't know what you mean.
Jim Knowles, I believe his name is Jim Knowles. He's the defensive coordinator for Ohio State.
I thought you were talking about Florida State. I don't know why Jim Knowles would make a lateral move. I don't know why he would go from D.C. at Ohio State to D.C. at Oklahoma. I don't know what sense that would make for him.
Well, there's some stuff that I've read that apparently his fiance lives here and has no plans of leaving.
Dang.
So that might have something to do with it.
Yeah.
Oh, you might be willing to give him a pay bump too.
And have you ever seen
mean,
the
you never
women?
know,
You
man.
ever seen the women in Ohio? Yeah.
No,
You better hang on.
but I
to
tell
that
you what,
one he's got in
Oklahoma has some of the most beautiful women in the world, bro.
The pickings are slim in Ohio, buddy.
Oh, okay, okay. There's actually more women than men here, so. It's pretty cool, man.
Hey, listen. There's no doubt the Big Ten is the kings of college football right now. They're clearly the best conference, and you got to give them credit where credit is due. The SEC is going to have to settle for being the best conference 17 of the last 20 years, and they're just not right now. But when it comes to the women, we're on like a 200-year winning streak, and I don't think it's ever going. I don't think that's ever going to end. I'm here to tell you right now. I've been up north plenty of times. It can't compete with what's down here. It's not even close. When it comes to women, the Big Ten is like the ACC of women. I'm serious. There are some ugly women up there, and you know what it is? It's the cold hard winters. I mean, that wears on these people up there.
Gotta be.
Yeah. So
It's gotta be. Well, hey, you were talking about way too early top 25s earlier. You know what I've been seeing peppered all in the nose?
what?
Oklahoma University.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why that would be, but they're not going to be in mine.
That's all right. Well, of course, you know what's happened at OU, right?
Yeah, they just had their worst season in about 20 years. Went through. I've never seen a quarterback get benched 4 times, but I saw it this year.
Wow. And I've who else I've seen pretty highly ranked is Auburn, and I'm like, why the fuck are they doing that?
Yeah, Auburn is tricky. I'm not gonna lie. And look, I hate Auburn. I have to. I'm a Georgia fan, but they have recruited well outside of the quarterback position. And now they bring in Jackson Arnold. And look, he was terrible last year. There's no doubt about it. A turnover machine, and even beyond the turnovers, he just wasn't very good. But I do trust Hugh Freeze in general with a quarterback better than I do Brent Venables or any offensive coordinator there. So if anybody can turn Jackson Arnold into a good quarterback, it would be Hugh Freeze, but that's a big if. That's a big if. They've got pieces other places, but Hugh Freeze is one of those coaches. His offense is very quarterback dependent. And if Jackson Arnold doesn't work out, then Auburn's going to have another bad year. If Jackson Arnold somehow gets it figured out and thrives in a Hugh Freeze offense, then I think Auburn could win 8, 9, maybe 10 games. Because they've got the talent in other places.
Dang, man.
I'm not saying they will. I'm not going to have Auburn ranked in the top 10 or anything like that. I don't even know if I would put them in the top 25 because without knowing for sure whether Jackson Arnold is going to be successful there. Because if he's not, it doesn't matter what else they have. It just doesn't. A Hugh Freeze offense has to have a quarterback, and if it doesn't, they're a 6 or 7 win team at best. I mean, it's just what it is with a Hugh Freeze offense. So, yeah, I don't know. That's a big gamble they're taking there.
That's the offense that we tried to run this year. Is we needed a good quarterback.
Yeah,
and you saw where that got us with that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish him nothing but the best. I don't have any kind of hatred or nothing towards Jackson Arnold. I loved everything that he did that was good. And he did a lot of good stuff, but he did a lot of bad stuff too.
Yeah. Well, I'm the same way. We just got to get used to the fact that players are going to transfer. And this idea that some player transferred away from my team, so now I have to hate him, I'm not going down that road. I mean, I think Carson Beck's a good quarterback. I didn't change my mind about Carson Beck just because he put on a Miami helmet. Like, he's still a good quarterback, and he'll be one of the best quarterbacks in the ACC next year. There's no doubt about it. I'm with you on some of these fans, they want to, trash these players when they transfer. I'm not into that.
No, not at all. I wish nothing but the best for him. Man.
Now I'm all for criticizing players. Though. I'm all for criticizing players if they play like shit or whatever. But the idea that I was in love with this guy, but now he transfers, so now I hate him. No, I don't buy into that. But what we're saying now, y'all gonna do what this year?
We already upgraded, I do believe.
Yeah. What's the guy's name y'all got? Who's it?
John Mateer.
Yeah, John Mateer. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's actually kind of the bottom of what we got, dude. We got Washington State's OC, Ben Arbuckle.
Mm-hmm.
And then he brought the quarterback's coach with him. And now we've got John Mateer on campus already, like, leading the team, man. Like, this guy's badass.
Yeah. John Mateer.
Yeah.
Where's he from?
Washington State. That's where all three of those people are from. Washington State.
Next Cam Ward.
Well, you know what, man? I've heard, I haven't fact checked this, but I've heard people say that John Mateer put up more offensive yards last year by himself than the entire OU offense did.
It's probably true, but they also played a group of 5 schedule.
Right. But still.
Yeah.
No, the guy's
really
badass.
Putting up more points or yards than Oklahoma's offense is not really a flex, though.
Yeah, that's true.
That offense is down bad. I mean, hey, but I got to let you go, man. Good luck to Oklahoma. I appreciate you calling in. It was good to hear from you again. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
What's going on, Uncle Lou?
Hey, buddy.
Nothing really. I was going to talk about the championship game in Georgia's next season.
Yeah.
First, I'm going to talk about the championship game. I think there was a chance where Notre Dame could have got something, but that missed field goal was a punch in the gut. That killed them. Missing that field goal hurt because then
that came back to bite them. I mentioned it earlier, but they had the worst field goal percentage in the country this season. And in the Georgia game, they nailed it. They were 3 for 3, but it caught up with them yesterday, and they missed a couple. Yeah.
And they could have just did an onside kick, and they didn't even do it. They just kicked it away. I was like, "What the fuck? You should."
Big dang.
Yeah, you should get they should have got an onside kick and should have kicked it. They should have kicked the ball. That's what I believe. I think they should have did an onside kick and they should have done that, but they didn't do it.
Right.
And for Georgia, I think they need to pray that the offensive line is better.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they need to pray. I think they need to do something that will matter in terms of improving the offensive line. I mean,
Yeah, the offensive.
praying's not going to do anything. There were people praying this year. Like praying doesn't affect college football. They're going to have to do something that matters.
Yeah, I just want the offensive line to be better because they were just not good this year. It was the worst I've seen in a while.
Oh yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah. And the left tackle, I hope they get rid of him soon because
Yeah, he's the only returning starter, dude. He's the only. He ain't going nowhere. Now I don't know. Maybe they move him to left guard or something. They find somebody else to play tackle. But Ernest Green ain't going. You talking about Ernest Green or Monroe Freeling? They're both. I think those are the only two. Man, those are the only two that are back.
The one that kept. What about Tate Ratledge?
He's gone. The rest of them are gone. Yeah, there's only one starter returning. Two, if you include the Ernest. What's the name? Ernest Green and Monroe Freeling. Those two are back. They rotated in and out, and both of them weren't any good at left tackle. Yeah. So I don't know.
Well, we need to find some new offensive linemen, especially at left tackle, fast because they were terrible. They were just terrible, and I hope that our wide receiver room gets better. I hope it gets a whole lot better now that we got that guy from A&M. We got a guy from USC.
Yeah.
And I hope in the draft we can, not draft, but the recruiting class, we get something better. And the transfer portal, I hope we get some more players because UGA just can't get, for some reason, recruiting great wide receivers. It comes out once in a blue moon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're trying at wide receiver. It's just they're missing. I mean, Colby Young, Georgia's top two wide receivers were supposed to be Colby Young and Ra Thomas, two transfer players, and they both got kicked off the team. So, I mean, they've been trying. This is the third offseason in a row they've gone out and got wide receivers. 2 years ago, they got Dylan Bell and Dominic Lovett, and 2 years ago, they got Dominic Lovett and Ra Thomas. Dominic Lovett ended up being okay. Ra Thomas got kicked off the team. Last year, they bring in Landon Humphreys and Colby Young. Colby Young was good, but he got kicked off the team, and Landon Humphreys never amounted to anything. This year, they're getting Zachariah Branch from Southern Cal, who's a slot receiver, and Noah Thomas, who can play on the outside. If those guys end up being good, Georgia will be okay at the wide receiver position. If not, you better hope some of those incoming freshmen know what they're doing because the ones that are coming back, I've got zero trust in them at all because all they did all season long was shit the fucking bed. Thank you for the call, Jarrett. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
Hey, Lou. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How you been? I want to congratulate Ohio State on the national championship. And unlike Octavian said, they went through the hardest schedule, and their playoff run was probably the harder than most of the SEC conference schedules this year. So I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm a Florida fan. I'm an SEC homer, but that's just basically fake news, what he said. I mean, Tennessee beat the life out of them. They beat two SEC teams. So what are you talking about?
Well, this is Octavian we're dealing with here. So
right.
We got to keep that in mind. When it comes to Octavian, we got to grade on a curve.
Right. I wanted to also tell you, between Georgia and Florida, the Southeast has more women than the whole Big Ten does.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They're the kings in college football right now. To deny that, you're blind. I mean, the Big Ten is clearly the best conference in football this year. It's really not close. I think they went 5-1 against the SEC. They won the national title. The team that won the national title beat two SEC teams to do it. I mean, there's just really no argument to make for the SEC this year. Doesn't mean the SEC is terrible. Just like every other year in the last 20 years when the SEC was the best conference, it didn't mean the Big Ten was terrible. It just meant the SEC was better than the Big Ten. And right now, the Big Ten's better than the SEC. That's just the way it is this year. There's no denying.
It could change next year. Heck, next year it could be Georgia and Texas in the national championship game or what. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
But this year, this is back-to-back years. The Big Ten's won the national championship. Michigan last year and Ohio State last night, know. So,
and it's just another thing where it's proving another theory of Uncle Lou to be correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
These Big Ten people who have been running around for 10 years going, I don't understand conference pride. It's stupid. I don't understand bragging about your conference. It's stupid. And I would tell them, I would say, if your conference is ever the best, you'll do the same thing. But right now
you
you're
will.
not, so you're pretending
Right.
you don't understand why SEC people brag about the SEC being the best conference. Now, everywhere I go on the internet, Twitter, here in the comments section, everywhere else, is Big Ten people bragging about the Big Ten. I don't blame them. That's what SEC people have been doing for the last 10 years.
Right.
Big Ten people acted like they didn't understand why somebody would brag about their conference being the best conference. It's not
And
that they
if
didn't
Notre
understand
Dame-
it. It's
right,
that their
and if the-
conference wasn't the best conference, and it made them
Right.
mad. And so, SEC, blah, 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 blah. And now they're doing the same thing. I don't blame them. They
Right.
should be doing it.
No, I
and
don't
they
blame
are.
either. I'd be doing the same thing, and they'd probably be back. They'd probably be back to the same old routine if Notre Dame would have won the game. No, we don't understand why anyone has confidence play. But you get to the point where you just. I mean, everyone would do it. Like, heck, I got pride in my school. I also wanted to ask you a question. Back when the SEC was winning, one national championship after another. I think NIL and the players, it's kind of leveling the field out. What do you think about
I
that?
completely disagree. Ohio State
Really?
and Notre Dame are two of the biggest brands in the history of college football who have been relevant and good in every single era of college football. The idea that NIL and the transfer portal gave us a Notre Dame Ohio State national title, and that's proof that it has leveled the playing field.
Well,
is
I'm not
ridiculous.
just talking about that. I'm
It's
talking about
absolutely
also the
ridiculous.
bowl games in particular,
No.
like Illinois beating Carolina,
No,
Michigan beating Bama.
no,
No.
no.
Yeah.
Go back and look at the top 12. Just pick a random year, 6 years ago. Okay, so this year you got SMU, Indiana, Boise State. They got in the playoffs, and people are going, "Oh, parity." See, Indiana and SMU are in the play. Go back, just pick a random year, 2014, 2018, pick any year. You're going to find teams like that every year ranked in the top 12. Here's the difference.
Yeah.
Here's the difference. Ohio State will be in the top 12 again next year. Notre Dame will be in the top 12 again next year. Georgia will be in the top 12 again next year. Indiana and SMU won't.
Right.
Boise State
No.
won't.
No.
So every year you're going to have somebody that gets into the playoffs that's not a perennial winner. That's because we have a 12-team playoff. There is no parity. There is no leveling of the playing field in college football.
Like you
There's
said
not.
before, if you want parity, go watch the NFL. Every game's 24-21.
Yes, that's where you'll find your parity is in the NFL. Hey, thank you for the call. It was good to hear from you, and I'm serious about that too. I mean, who were the best teams this year? Texas, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Penn State, Georgia, Oregon. That's parity? That's the leveling of the playing field? Stop it. Stop it. Yeah. Come on, man. Come on, man. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
Hey, morning, Uncle Lou. How's it going?
Hey, buddy. I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. I haven't been able to call in for a while due to my new job, but I want to say that I completely agree with that other South Carolina fan earlier that was saying he thinks we'll be decent next year. We'll be another 8 or 9 win team, but we're not going to be elite. 'Cause, I mean, we lose a lot on defense. We lose a good majority of our defensive line, a lot of players in the secondary, and I just don't agree with these other fans that are saying we're going 10-2, much less 11-1 or 12-0. I just think that's delusional.
Well, it's going to be hard for anybody to go 10-2. Georgia, Bama, Texas, it's not easy to go 10-2. But I think there is reason for South Carolina fans to be optimistic about next year.
And don't get me wrong, I still think we'll be a decent 8 or 9 win team, go 8-4, maybe 9-3 again.
You were
but
a decent 8 and 9 win team this year.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think
So
we'll be
it's
decent
not
again.
unreasonable to expect, I don't think, South Carolina's goal this year should be to make the playoffs, period.
You
Here's
think
the
so?
thing. It's easier to make the playoffs. This is true for any league. Right now, it's easier to make the playoffs than it is to win a league. So will South Carolina win the SEC? Probably not. But probably not. But I think South Carolina's goal should be to make the playoffs. I mean, they were this close this year. They got the best returning quarterback in the SEC. They've got one of the best playmakers in the SEC in Nick Harbor. Yeah, they got to replace some pieces on the defense, but so does everybody else. They get Bama at home instead of on the road. They do got to travel to LSU, but LSU may be spiraling. I don't know. We'll see.
I think
you beat Clemson last year on the road, didn't you?
Yeah, we did on the road.
You get them at home at the end of the year.
I think we'll beat them again.
I mean, South Carolina, outside of the whole, well, it's the offseason, I hope we go 100-0. Outside, you should have the same goal for South Carolina, I think, that I had for Georgia heading into this season. I want to go 10-2 and make the playoffs. Now, it turns out Georgia went 10-2 and made the SEC championship game, but South Carolina was this damn. If you're this close to doing anything, your goal should be to do that thing next year. Like South Carolina, that doesn't mean you'll make it. You may come up, you may go 9-3 or 8-4, but I don't think it's like Florida people running around talking about they're going 10-2 and winning the SEC. That's delusional. They were 7-5. They haven't had a decent team, and God knows when. They got one of the worst coaches in the SEC. They're out of their fucking mind. But I don't think it's delusional this year in particular. If there are South Carolina fans in the offseason who are going, I think we can go 10-2 and get into the playoffs. I don't think that's delusional this year. I think that's a realistic goal. Doesn't mean you'll make it. I mean,
that's what I like to hear.
There's 20 or 25 teams probably in any given year now that I think can make a case, hey, if a few things go our way, I think we can get into the 12-team playoff. I think there's 20 to 25 teams that can legitimately try to make that case in the offseason to themselves. And this year, I think South Carolina is one of those teams. Now, if I think there's 25 teams, that means 13 aren't going to make it. That doesn't mean that they were wrong for wanting to. But I don't, so in other words, sometimes a fan will call in like you're doing now, and I'll agree. And I'll say, yeah, you're right. There's no way you shouldn't be. You're a mile away from the playoffs. I don't think that's true with South Carolina. Shane Beamer has overachieved 3 out of 4 years there. And again, best returning quarterback in the SEC, and that goes a long way.
We do return most of our offense. That's what I will say. Only thing is, I am kind of concerned with how Mike Shula in the bowl game with him running our offense. And I still think he can do good, don't get me wrong, but that did kind of have me a little concerned. But I also want to ask you, because you just brought this up a minute ago, and I was wanting to ask you tonight about this. So even though Florida, and I really don't want to come off like a Florida hater,
Hold on a second. If I did live in a trailer, what would be wrong with that?
Nothing.
Or if I used to live in a trailer, what would be wrong with that? I'm not talking
Did somebody
to you.
just say
I'm
something
not
in the
talking
chat?
to you, caller. I'm not talking to you. Just hold on. What would be wrong with that? What would be wrong with an adult going to work every day, supporting himself, supporting his kids, and living in a trailer instead of government housing? What would be wrong with that? I hope you're a millionaire and you live in a mansion. Whether you've got some kind of amazing job that pays you a bunch of money or whether you hit the lottery. I hope you don't have a care in the world. I hope you own your own home and it's paid off on 10 acres. But what the fuck do you think would be wrong about somebody who took care of themselves and their family if they did live in a trailer. And for the record, I've never lived in a trailer. But I wouldn't begin to look down on somebody who did. Whatever I have and wherever I live was paid for by Uncle Lou. Not you and not anybody else. Now, since you don't have the nuts to come back in the comments section, we're just going to get rid of you. I gave you plenty of time. Now, when you get done trembling and pick your tongue up off the floor, do me a favor and go fuck yourself. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, so, as for Florida, you were saying earlier with Florida, look, I understand they had a better year this year, but do you really think, because I just don't think I can see it, do you really think that Billy Napier can do any better than 7-5 next year? I just don't see that happening.
They've got the same tough schedule they had last year. Now, there is reason to think they may be a better team next year than they were this year. Year two, the same reason I'm talking to you about Lenore Sellers improving next year. Like, you expect improvement from a guy in his second year. And even though Lagray didn't start the whole season, he got a significant amount of playing time and started a lot of games. So you would expect him to improve some. Now, they need a lot of help around him. But, they went 7-5 this year.
And maybe I'm wrong.
They have the same schedule next year, but it's reversed. I think, don't they play Miami again, too?
Yeah, they do.
So, that game will tell a lot, I think. Let's say they beat Miami or even lose to Miami by 7. That might be an indication that they're a little bit better. Now, I don't think Florida's winning the SEC or making the playoffs. I'm not here to hype up Florida. And I haven't even begun to think about record predictions or anything like that for next year. But, it's possible Florida improves by a game or so.
And maybe they do because, we didn't expect them to go 8-5. We didn't expect them to even make a bowl game, let alone win a bowl game this year.
Right.
But I just can't see Billy Napier. Florida's expectations are high, and I can't see him being the guy that's going to lead them to the SEC championship or going to be anything special there. And I think they will. I'm not saying it's going to be next year, but I just don't think he's going to be able to last
I don't think he's going to last there either. And I think they should have fired him. And they're going to regret it because I think all this season did was kick the can down the road with replacing Napier.
Right.
Now,
right.
As easy as it is to talk about Florida improving by a game or so, because you go, well, they went 7-5 last year. If they just win one more game, they'd be 8. That's true. That's true. So they beat LSU and Ole Miss at home, right?
Right.
Okay, you got to play them both on the road now.
Right, and that's the thing.
Now, you get Texas at home, but that's not really a winnable game, right? So, you lost to Texas, and that was on the road, and this year you get them at home. I don't think that's winnable. I don't think that's winnable. Now, they lost to Tennessee on the road, close, and they get Tennessee at home. I think Tennessee's probably better than Florida, but Tennessee's got a road problem, number one, and they got a Florida problem, number 2. So maybe that's a win they can pick up. That was a loss this year, if they find a way to beat Tennessee at home. But they're probably, this far out, it's hard to get too specific, but they're probably a 6, 7, or 8 win team, depending on what happens with games like Miami, Tennessee. Can they win one of the 2 road games at Ole Miss or LSU? They're not beating Texas. They're not beating Georgia. Those are 2 games they're not winning. They're probably not beating Miami. But anyway, so I don't know, 6, 7, 8 wins.
Yeah, that's what I think. And I think they can make a bowl game. Mm-hmm. But like I said, I just don't think Napier is going to be the kind of guy that elevates that program and takes them to where they want to be. I just don't think he's the right guy for that. I don't think he's. I think DJ Lagway is a good quarterback, and I think he'll get better while he's there. But as for Napier, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying next year will be his last year there, but I'm just saying eventually at some point, like you said, I feel like they're just kicking the can down the road. I feel like eventually they're going to get rid of him. But anyway, I appreciate you letting me on.
Yeah, buddy. Good to hear from you.
I'm sorry that asshole in the comment had to write that.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's good to hear from you, buddy. We'll talk to you next time. All right, there you go. A couple of South Carolina mans checking in today. And why does it seem like I'm higher on South Carolina than either of the South Carolina fans that called in? That's weird because South Carolina is my, like the whole thing where, if your team had to go 1-11, who would you want that one win to be against? For me, it's South Carolina. I mean, we don't play South Carolina every year anymore because of the new scheduling format, but I don't know. I liked what I saw from the North Cellar. Shane Beamer has overachieved 3 out of 4 years there. I don't know. We'll see. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
What's up?
Oh, Eric, you figured it out, buddy.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, that's great news, man. I'm glad. I'm so happy to hear that.
So, what's going on, bud?
Nothing.
Yeah, that was.
Actually, that's a lie. There's a lot going on. Actually, I lied there. There's a lot going on. Eric, I leave for Vegas in 4 days, bud.
Nice, bud.
Yeah, I leave Saturday morning.
That was probably one of the biggest wins I've ever heard you go on.
I'm going out to Vegas to look at new trailers.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
Went out there for a week.
Tell you that.
Vegas for a week to look at getting me a trailer.
Nice. That was probably. I mean, I got to be took the heat like that because there's no need for anybody to even be saying stuff like that unless they have lived through that.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. By the way, congrats to the Ohio State man. You all got your title.
They earned it, didn't they?
Yes, sir,
they earned it. Yep, they deserve it.
Yep. Yeah, I know last year they were not very happy campers, but this year they beat a couple of SEC schools to get to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So overall things are going good. Have a blast in Vegas.
I will. Thank you, Eric. Good to hear from you, buddy. Good for Eric to call in and congratulate the Ohio State man. Thank you, Eric. Rudy, you're on with Uncle Lou.
What's going on, Uncle Lou?
What's up, buddy?
So I am a Notre Dame fan, and so it's been a pretty rough day, but I'm kind of seasoned to the disappointment at the end of the season.
Yeah.
But I also want to shout out Mr. DJ David earlier. Said he bet in that third quarter. I thought my prayers were being answered there, but I guess it was his doing.
Yeah.
That we came back in the game.
Yeah,
but,
he jinxed it.
Also, I just want to say I really enjoy your videos and stuff. Your season is over. Something I look forward to every week, even if Notre Dame's losing to NIU.
Yeah.
I'll still watch it. But I actually just had a question for you. So when I was watching your season is over this week, you were talking about how Notre Dame, you didn't think Notre Dame would be able to win a national championship in this modern era. And, going back, the past decade, I generally would think that because we were consistently like a good team, but whenever we'd face the Alabamas, the Georgias, the Clemsons, which, they're kind of down bad right now, but back then they were, the standard. There, you could just see the gap and the talent and everything. But I feel like with NIL and Marcus Freeman, this year is like the first year that I feel like we were actually able to compete somewhat at that level.
I agree. Notre Dame was way more competitive. Hell, they won 2 games this year that they have lost every year since 1991.
Yeah.
They won the Sugar Bowl and they won the Orange Bowl. Those are 2 bigger wins than anything Notre Dame has won since 1991. So they are more competitive now. I mean, you're right about it. And look, I'm half trolling when I say that Notre Dame's never going to win another Natty. I mean, they were within 1 game of winning one this year. But I mean, I'm a hot take guy. So when I make a video 2 years ago saying Notre Dame's never going to win a Natty, and then they come within an inch of winning one this year, I have no choice but to point out that oh, look at me, I was right. Now, if they'd have won, I'd have had to come on and say I was wrong. But they're obviously way closer. Obviously way closer. They made the Natty game in 2012 and got blown out. They've made some playoffs and it didn't work out, and all the NY6 games and all that. They're clearly way closer now than they've been at any point since the early 90s.
Yeah. And I still get that. I have that PTSD from all those years of getting to that big game. And so every time we get in a big game, it's the nerves and stuff. And I mean, it's just, even last night, I was proud of the team. When I say I was disappointed, I was very proud of the team for how they did this year, the fight they had with all the injuries and everything. But, yeah, I mean, you could still tell, we have some wide receivers that showed that they had some, they had some playmaking ability. But when you're going against somebody like an Ohio State, who they got the, Jeremiah Smith and Ibuka.
But nobody has that except Ohio State. I mean, Georgia, Alabama, Texas, these teams line up with Ohio State, and Ohio State's wide receivers are miles better than anything those teams have, too. Y'all have got some a Great House, I think, is a good wide receiver. What's the other guy? There's one other one that I really like, and I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Jordan Faison.
Faison. Now, like you said, they're not Jeremiah Smith, and they're probably not even Emeka Ibuka. But like Ohio State is an outlier there. Like Great House would play on any team in the SEC. Faison would play on any team in the Big Ten, except maybe Ohio State. But those are good. Those are good receivers. It's secondary too. It used to be the skill position was the problem at Notre Dame. Like they got burned by everybody's wide receivers, and they couldn't cover any, and their secondary couldn't cover, and their wide receivers couldn't beat anybody. Notre Dame had one of the best secondaries in the country. I mean, he did a pretty good job on Jeremiah Smith. I mean, he got that one at the end, but that basically tricked y'all. It wasn't really like you just got out schemed or something. I mean, Notre Dame sold out to stop the run on that play, and Ohio State hit the deep one to Jeremiah Smith. Other than that, he did a decent job. There was no real big plays.
Yeah. Yeah. But either way, I'm proud of them. And congrats to Ohio State for the championship. They deserved it. And appreciate you giving me some time.
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you called in, man. It's rare to hear from fans of a losing team on a channel like this. So big salute to you for calling in and taking it like a man. And good luck next year to your Fighting Irish. What's up, Buckeye man?
OH, my friend, IO. Well, I'm still basking, Lou, as an Ohio State fan. It's a long time coming.
Yeah.
Our last trip to the Georgia Dome, as you remember 2 years ago, wasn't as fun as this one.
I'm sure. Yeah.
We both remember that game, my friend.
Yep.
This one ended on a better field goal note, I would say, at the end, by the way. Kind of redemption that way, I think, a little bit. But, I mean, I just think that this is a year where, this team was kind of built to do this over the course of the year. I'm glad that a lot of players came back. I will say this. By the way, how close were you guys to ever getting Downs in recruiting? With him being a Georgia guy, by the way. I never asked you that question.
It was 1 and 2 out of high school. It was between Georgia and Bama out of high school. And that's why a lot of people, Georgia fans, but even a lot of media members, thought he was coming to Georgia out of the portal. But he, of course, wound up at Ohio State. But it was close.
Okay. Out of Buford, if I'm not mistaken, right, Lou?
Was it Buford? Probably, because we won't get nobody from there.
Is there a deal there, Lou, that you guys can't get anybody out of Buford, by the way?
I don't know. There is a thing, like if you look at like the 25 highest rated players that have come out of Buford in the last 20 years,
right?
Georgia's got like one of them.
Wow.
And that was KJ Bolden. just a couple of years ago. So I don't know if there's something with people in Buford who have issues with Georgia, or if it's just a weird coincidence that it's worked out that way. I don't know, but it's become a running joke, really, in Georgia recruiting circles that, well, if a kid's at Buford, you might as well not even waste time recruiting him. He's not coming here. That type of thing. I don't know. I don't keep up with recruiting enough to know the ins and outs of what's really going on with all that, but you do hear a lot about that.
Yeah, I think next year he's going to be maybe the best defensive player in the country. I'm excited that he's coming back. I think there's a good chance we could have the best defensive player, best offensive player in the country next year.
I think there's
with Downs and with Smith.
90% chance that that's true.
Yeah,
it's going to be similar to Colorado.
Well,
where they have two players that are just clearly the best at what they do. It's Shador and Travis Hunter, and Ohio State now going to have Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs. Like they're going to be, those are both top 5 picks. There's no way either of those players make it past the 5th pick whenever they come out. It's zero chance.
Right. I mean, a lot of people said if Smith left or if they could leave this year, they'd be already top 5 picks.
Yeah, I believe it.
So, I was really excited. Credit to Notre Dame for fighting back in the game. I do think Ohio State had a couple of mistakes that let them back in the game. A bad pass interference on 3rd and 19 that kind of kept the drive going. And then I think Igbuka's fumble, if he doesn't fumble there, I still think we would have won the game comfortably.
Yeah.
Somewhere around 38-15. I will say this. I think Notre Dame should feel much better about Marcus Freeman going forward than they did after that title game shellacking to Bama in 12. Because I think the program is far better positioned with him.
I'll say this, too, about Marcus Freeman. As a college football fan who's had a lot of fun hating on Notre Dame over the years, it's hard to hate on Marcus Freeman. Like, he seems like a likable guy. And I don't know Brian Kelly personally or whatever, but he doesn't seem like a likable guy to me. And that doesn't matter. Nick Saban didn't seem like a likable guy to me, and he was the greatest coach ever. So I'm not even saying anything about their coaching ability. I'm just saying it's hard not to, like, I don't know that anybody sits around going, man, I sure do hate Marcus Freeman.
No.
Like, he seems like a nice, likable guy, and I don't know if that helps in recruiting or helps in retaining players that are already on the roster. I have no idea, but he seems like a likable guy. I like Marcus Freeman too. Now he's got to stop. He's got 3 of the worst losses in Notre Dame history. Not just like the last 10 years. Like the Marshall and the Stanford loss his first year, both at home, both as 20-point favorites. The Northern Illinois game this year. Like, that's unacceptable. Like, so, and I like Marcus Freeman, but I'm not just, you can't just sweep that. He's got to stop that. I mean, that's a coaching issue. When you're as good as Notre Dame and you lose to Northern Illinois, that's coaching. You didn't prepare your team. Georgia's fallen victim to this before. They come roll the ball out against Kent State or something, but they barely win, and even that's bad. But actually losing at home to a team like so I don't know what that is, if he's doing something different in those weeks against the bad teams that he's not doing in the weeks. Because even when they lost to Ohio State a couple of years ago, like, that was a great game. They damn near won that thing.
Yeah.
It's
Scored
the lower
touchdown
games.
at the end.
Yeah, it's the lower, it's the sleeper games. He's got to get past that, because that is a blemish on anybody's. Kirby hasn't lost 3 games to unranked teams, never mind those caliber of teams, in 8 years.
Yeah, he's got to stop playing down the competition. Yeah. I do have to say this about this season, though. Just comment about Day in the 12 team. It's awfully tough for me to deal with that loss at the end of the season. But if anything makes up for it, it's this. But isn't it just crazy how now being in a 12-team playoff world, that these teams have this margin for error, Lou, and that maybe these rivalries have been diminished this way. You know what I mean? In this sense.
Yeah. It doesn't diminish them to me. I think it is true that in some cases the outcome of the game will have less postseason meaning than it used to. But look, and I'm not saying you, okay, but a lot of Ohio State fans lost to Michigan, found out a week later they were in the playoffs, and didn't give a fuck. Didn't care. There was like a lethargic attitude amongst Ohio State fans heading into that Tennessee game.
It was
worrisome.
I saw
I was like, wow, I don't know what's going on. Now, the team didn't fall prey to that. In fact, they did the opposite. They came out gangbusters. First half of Oregon is probably the best half of football maybe that I've ever seen, but they played great against Tennessee too. So I still think like the rivalries still mean a ton, but I do think it's true that not just rivalry games, but just some games in general are going to have less meaning in terms of the postseason than they had in the past. I think you can't really deny that because there's a larger pool of teams that are making the postseason. However, it's just a matter of time before we get Ohio State versus Michigan in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So there's a positive on the back end of that. Michigan wasn't good enough this year to get an opportunity to get in, but there are going to be a lot of years where an 11-0 Ohio State is going to play a 10-1 Michigan team, and it's still going to mean something for bragging rights and all that. But both teams are still, both teams are going to get in the playoffs, win or lose. But then we might get to see that a week before Christmas, a week after Christmas, or in a national title game. And so there's some positive on the back end too.
Right. No, I agree with you. But I mean, I think, Lou, just the factors about that, just real quick, I got to say, I think it was the 4 in a row. And I do think that it was because they were such a bad 5-loss team and it was on their home field.
Yeah.
I think those factors, you can't just push those aside. Those are big factors in what got this fan base really down after that game.
Yeah, well, and the other thing about the Ohio State-Michigan game, the two that really come to mind for me are Ohio State-Michigan, Alabama, Auburn. Now, I do think those are the two biggest rivalries in college football, but even if they weren't, the fact that they're played in the last week of the regular season,
right?
It makes it so huge towards the postseason as compared to, let's take Georgia, Florida, which is not on the level of Michigan, Ohio State, or Bama, Auburn, but it's a huge rivalry game, but it's played in the middle of the year. So, like, the loser of that game was never, like, that wasn't a game that was like, like if both teams are 6-0 when that game is played, the loser every year still had an opportunity to get wherever they wanted to go. Whereas forever, the Iron Bowl and Michigan, Ohio State has basically been an elimination game, even if both teams are undefeated. So it is taking away some of that from the game. But again, sort of the glass half full approach, there's also 45 other games being played now every November that have more meaning than they used to have, because like a 9-2 team, whoever they're playing in the last game of the season, it's a huge fucking game,
right?
Whoever they're playing. So a few games I think have less importance, Michigan, Ohio State maybe, but 100 games have more importance.
Yeah. Hey, last thing, Lou, I got to say, you're totally right about the Ohio thing. I think the ladies around here need to do a little bit more cardio, maybe take a salad every now and then, eat a salad every now and then. Right. I'll vouch for that. But it's minus 2 degrees around here. Maybe all they've got to do is go towards like bonbons or something. I don't know.
All right, buddy. Congrats on the
Take
Natty,
care.
man. Yeah, man. Congratulations. Great season. Good morning. You're all with Uncle Lou. Oh, this is great. Look at this guy. If you're not hitting a thumbs up, I don't know why you're here. This is what you're here for.
Five-star caller. Five-star caller. Five-star caller. I'm just a little bit perturbed.
Oh my God, Becky, look at her butt.
Hello? 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 Hey, the house is on fire, bud. Hey, your house is on fire. Hello? Come on, bud. Come on, man. Come on, man. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
Hey, how's it going, Uncle Lou?
Going good, bud.
It's going to be hard to beat the previous caller. He's probably the best caller you've ever had on your show.
No, facts.
But first off, I want to say I did live in a trailer before, and it was uncomfortable when someone, passed gas or defecated in the toilet. Even if your mother did it, you'd look at her and be like, you dirty bitch, light a candle or something afterwards, because it could be pretty bad afterwards.
Right.
I just want to say though that I think that Tennessee is UGA Junior with the Heupel. At worst, I think Heupel's floor is Mark Richt, and that level of coaching will get us into the playoffs most years in the 12-team format. Do you agree with that?
Well, Mark Richt won 2 SEC titles. That's 2 more than Heupel. So
I know. I'm just saying, we just give him more time.
Mark Richt would have been in the playoffs 10 times in a 12-team playoff. So I disagree. Hello?
Well, I think we jump into the elite, 5 to 7 schools in college football, and I think we progress each year. And, I
think you're better than you used to be.
If you look at the talent alone, Heupel's already beaten teams above where we were in terms of talent. So I think we just need to give him more time. And
they're not. Yeah, they shouldn't fire. Yeah, he's not a bad coach, but I wouldn't put him on Mark Richt's level.
At least we got embarrassed by an actually good team. Georgia got embarrassed by a subpar team. We actually got embarrassed by an actually good team. So,
yeah, but you got embarrassed by Georgia.
Yeah, but if you played the game in a neutral field, I think it would be a different.
Well, we played you in Knoxville how many years in a row and beat the life out of you? 4, 5 years in a row. If we won 4 or 5 in a row in Knoxville. I don't know what a neutral site would do.
I think it would even up the playing field, and I think it would have been a closer matchup.
It's not even when we play in Knoxville and beat you?
Well, I think next season's going to be a tough match for UGA.
I agree.
I'm just saying that Tennessee is a UGA Junior now.
Well, no, they're not. No. I don't really know what that means, but whatever level of football Georgia is in, Tennessee is not on that level. You're on Ole Miss's level.
Well, Ole Miss didn't get in the playoff, Lou, and we lost to a better team.
We lost to Georgia. You lost to Arkansas. How good are they?
Arkansas is pretty good. They're pretty good. They put up a lot of points, and their offense is pretty good.
I don't know about as far as I can go with Tennessee is that they're better than they used to be.
Yep. Yeah, we just need the top recruiters to come to Tennessee, and I think we'd match up better against Ohio State and Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's been 27 years since you won the SEC. Way back in the last century. The last time Tennessee won the SEC,
honestly, I think we played Ohio State better than any team
the
did
last time
in the
Tennessee,
playoffs.
the last time Tennessee won the SEC, this guy was awake. That's how long it's been. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I honestly think we played them better. I think we played Ohio State better than any team did. You know, that says a lot about Heupel and Tennessee.
But you didn't play Ohio State better than any team did. You didn't. You didn't play them as good as Texas did. You didn't play them as good as Notre Dame did. You didn't play them as good as Michigan did. You didn't play them as good as Penn State did. You didn't play them as good as Oregon did the first time. You didn't play them as good as Indiana did.
Being the third best team in the best conference in football.
There's about
I mean,
six or seven. Tennessee's not in the best conference in football. There was about 6 or 7 teams that played Ohio State better than Tennessee.
Well, I'm just saying the college football world, they owe us an apology for not losing by 100 in a cold environment with no receivers and running back, you know?
Yeah, I'll see what I can do to get you that apology. Thank you for the call. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
Hey, Lou. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. Thanks for calling in.
Notre Dame fan here. We're a bunch of losers, and it really sucks losing to Ohio State.
Yeah.
They're really good.
Yeah, they are.
They were. I thought their line would have been more vulnerable than that, but I was completely wrong. But that's not the first time. But anyhow, you've been taking my calls all year, and I really appreciate it. I really like your channel.
Thank you.
And looking forward, I just want to say I like the 12-team format for the playoffs. I know a lot of people don't. You fix that seeding issue. Your idea is really good. Just seed the top teams 1 through 12. Don't worry about where the conference championships are. And I think it's going to work itself out. And we had some hella football games this year to watch.
Yeah. Well, I do think the conference championship or the conference champions should get in. I just don't think the conference champions should be guaranteed a 1 to 4 seed.
Yeah, that's what I was agreeing with.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously, the Power 4. If you're in the top, well, okay. I disagree with what I'm agreeing with what you said. I'll leave it at that. Trying to speak can be a problem sometimes. But
no, I know what you mean.
Anywho, I'm really, I really like the quarterback you guys got at Georgia. I hope your fan base has patience with the guy. I think that running style quarterback, just picking, I don't know, that kid can run the ball. I don't know. I like that kid. I thought he did really good. And you just got to get a guy who can catch a pass.
Yeah.
I think that was the biggest difference in that game, in the Notre Dame Georgia game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because you guys had that number 11 open just like Ohio State did in the national championship game, but he dropped it and Ohio State kid caught it.
Yeah. You're right.
So, yeah, hats off to Ohio State. I hope Notre Dame gets back there. I really think they can. You had another Notre Dame caller tonight, and I understand exactly what he talks about with the whole PTSD. We've never won anything, and now we actually did, and it's like, what the hell's going on here?
Right.
So, we'll keep Marcus Freeman as long as we can. Hopefully the pros don't come poach him. Or, oh man, you want to see a fan base lose their mind? Watch some SEC school come steal them. I doubt they will, but I kind of like our purse strings here in Notre Dame. I like to think we can pay what he needs, but
he's a good one, I think.
And I don't know if we're going to be able to keep our coordinators, but our coordinators, I think they've gotten the respect, but I think sometimes people overlook how good a coaching we had across the board, and sometimes that's lucky to get the right staff at the right time.
Yeah. Well, and then as soon as you get the right staff, somebody else comes and steals them. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or they go to the pro. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
yeah. All right, buddy. Well, congrats on a good season, man, and I appreciate you calling in, and look forward to talking to you again soon. I got to give Notre Dame fans credit. There's several Notre Dame fans in the chat. Several have called in. That's not always the case when a team loses a big game, so I got to give credit where credit is due. What's up, Wayne?
Hey, what's up, Lou? You can hear me?
Yeah, man. Congratulations, buddy.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Hey, Lou, I'm sitting here cracking up. My wife watching this movie. I'm cracking up. That guy was right. That was the best caller you done had all year. Yeah. This is hilarious. And then the guy says something about Tennessee. He said last time Tennessee's been alive, this guy was awake. That was hilarious.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh my God! Well, he's a 5-star caller. This guy's number one on the list. I like this guy, right? And then he woke up halfway and about to turn the thing. I guess he's gonna hit a button and went right back to sleep.
He was awake. He was awake when he first called in because, I can see everybody that's in the back waiting to come on. And he was up in his room, walking around and moving around. And then at one point, I saw him laying down and like setting his phone up. And I thought he was just getting comfortable while he waited to come on. And by the time I got ready to put him on, he was passed out.
Do you know if he's what school he likes?
No, I don't think he's ever called in before. And if he has, I don't remember him calling in. So. Yeah, this is hilarious.
Yeah, this guy's funny, man. This is a real. Hey, your show is the best show. I love this show.
And then he's got the pink. He's got a pink vape.
He had it in his hand too. Yeah,
You still got it. It's in his left hand right there.
Yeah, this guy threw me off all of when I was going to talk about the game and some of the other callers, but this guy's awesome, man.
There he goes.
Oh boy. But anyway, Uncle Lou, I wanted to just talk about just the aftermath of, and you probably know this, just the aftermath of success, winning championships. And like the first thing I wanted to touch on is, when you have success, like, teams in the past, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, this year, the first things on the list is the other teams gonna come after your coordinators.
Oh yeah.
And yeah. This guy's so distracted. Wake up, buddy. Get up.
All right, let me move him back.
Oh boy, this guy's phenomenal. But I think man, I like Marcus Freeman. I think he's a great coach, man. They could have easily folded. They almost came back. And then at the end of the game, we was running. I was like, man, why are they not running offense trying to score another touchdown? And then Chip Kelly, I didn't understand until after the play. He did that on purpose. He set him up. He made him think that he was going to just try to run the clock, and then he threw the deep ball to Jeremiah, which that was open all game.
That was a ballsy call because that's one of those calls that where if it goes wrong, he gets hammered for it. What are you doing? Why'd you do that? Now Notre Dame's got an extra 30 seconds, all that kind of thing, if it's an incomplete pass instead of a catch and the clock stops and all that. That was ballsy call.
Yeah. I was sitting there watching the game, and I'm thinking with every other Ohio State fan thinking, why are we not running our offense? We moved the ball at will, then we drove the ball the previous drive, and Emeka fumbled, which was a great call. He just didn't hold on to the ball. We was finna score there.
Yep.
Man, we caught some tough breaks, but kudos to Notre Dame, man. They played us hard. I got a lot of respect for them and the coaches and the players. The players play hard, and they played a lot better than what I thought in the second half. So, but anyway, so what do you think? What do you think as far as offseason moves, as far as just like transfer portal and like just like with some of the top schools, like some of the colleges were talking about some of their schools and they think their school's going to do this and going to do that. But we kind of pretty much know who's going to be at the top, who's going to be at the top every year. So
Yeah.
what is your thinking on the off-season moves with all the top schools?
Yeah, I mean, I think the teams like Ohio State, Bama, Georgia, these teams that recruit at the elite level, I think they're going to continue to do what they've been doing, which is basically handpick almost whoever they want out of the portal every year. Now, I don't think Ohio State's going to get like a Caleb Downs level player every single year out of the portal, because I don't think there's a Caleb Downs level player in the portal every single year. But you know, teams like Ohio State, Georgia, whatever, they'll look around and they'll go, okay, we're losing 3 seniors in the secondary and 1 junior to the NFL draft. We've got these young guys, but maybe we need to go get, you know, whatever the best corner in the portal is and bring. I think it'll be like that. You know, it sucks a little for the further you make it into playoffs, the further behind the 8 ball you are kind of in the portal, you know, because Ohio State could be losing players tomorrow for all we know.
Right. Well, I keep up with them, so
yeah.
We losing a lot. We're losing a lot of players to the draft. Couple players transferred. Their backup quarterback Devin Brown, he went to Cal. Mitchell Melton, our backup defensive end. He plays a lot too. He could transfer him for the Virginia. I didn't know Mitchell Melton was from Virginia, but he played a lot of meaningful snaps. But we recruited well, so we got good players coming in. And then I was watching your live stream yesterday during the game, and you was like, "Who is this number 11 kid?" And that's why I typed in the chat.
Yeah, that
I
shit
was
made
like,
me mad. I saw that, and then I remembered you saying that. But yeah, I can't explain to you how much it pisses me off as a Georgia fan when I see Ohio State in a national championship game, and with the game on the line, they've got a 5th string wide receiver that I've never heard of making unbelievable catches. Yeah. And I'm just like, this shit just never ends.
We got Brandon Ennis is he's gonna take Emeka Ibuka spot.
Well, and that's the thing. And I've been talking a lot about Emeka Ibuka lately. I almost feel bad for him. He is so good. But Jeremiah Smith is just a Frankenstein. But like Emeka Ibuka is unbelievable. I mean, he's going to start on Sunday next year for somebody. He is. I mean, he's a pro.
They got him going.
A Pro Bowl player.
They got him going. Yeah, they got him going to Green Bay in the mock draft in the first round.
Yeah,
I don't know if he'll be available.
So I'm watching Ohio State, and I'm like, well, at least they're losing Emeka Ibuka, and then some fuck named Ennis that I've never heard of is out there, and I'm like, well, fuck. I mean, they're just growing on trees out there. They just go pluck another NFL wide receiver off the tree, and we'll put him in. I'm just like, God damn, man. And we don't have a guy that can catch a screen pass.
Oh, yeah. Georgia, I think Georgia, Kirby Smart just had bad luck of the draw with those, I heard you say earlier, Ra Thomas and the other guy, Young.
Yeah.
I will say this about Georgia. Kirby doing the right thing as far as getting them there.
Yes.
But once these players get on campus, I don't know what kind of discipline they're doing. Like, they're getting in a lot of trouble over there in Athens. Racing cars.
Look, we're getting ready to get into the off season, and I don't, hopefully none of that shit comes up again, because I don't cherry coat. I don't sugarcoat that shit. But that's why I have given Kirby credit in that he has realized the weakness and tried to address it. It's not like a Dabo situation where for years he's just, walking around like the, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. What portal? He looked around and was like, we got wide receiver problems. So every year he's gone out and gotten wide receivers. They just haven't worked out. So, it's not like he's ignoring the problem. He sees the problem. He's attempting to address the problem. It's just this year in particular, it really showed when those 2 guys got kicked off the team, Ra Thomas and Colby Young. Both were transfer receivers. Both should have been 2 of the top 3 receivers on the team. All of a sudden, they're gone, and no one else can catch. It was really bad. So, but at least he's trying. I mean, I'll give him credit there, but he's got to do better. He's got to do better. I don't know if I've thought about this the other day. I'm almost at the point now where I'm like, okay, instead of recruiting out of high school top 3 classes every year, reduce the amount of money or whatever that you're doing there. Recruit a top 7 class, a top 8 class out of high school, and increase the money you're spending in the portal. So instead of getting Landon Humphreys from Vanderbilt, we're getting whoever, somebody better than that. It's a
Right,
it's a
right.
delicate balance because I am very pro high school recruiting, and let's get the high school kids, let's get the 5 stars, let's develop them, let's play them early, let's do all that. Like I believe that is like look at people talk about Ohio State going out and buying a team and all that. There was 2 or 3 players on the Ohio State team who contributed from the portal. That's it. The rest of them were kids recruited out of high school by Ohio State. So I still believe that that's the way to do it. I still believe that's the way to do it, but I don't know if it's like a money allocation issue because it's not a total amount of money available issue at Georgia. They've got the money, but I use Damon Wilson as an example. I don't even know how much money we spent to get Damon Wilson. The guy ain't played a fucking down, and now he's gone. What good was that? What good was that?
Yeah,
he ended up at Missouri.
I looked him up. Yeah, he's going to Missouri. I want to tell you he's going to Missouri because I was trying to figure out who that was. Yeah, he's going to Missouri. But I was going to say too, back to Brandon Ennis though. One thing a lot of people don't know about Brandon Ennis, he's a very good player, 5-star out of South Florida. He played against Jeremiah in high school. His high school played Jeremiah Smith High School in Florida. So, but Brandon Ennis deals with injuries from time to time, so he's not always available either. So he's susceptible to get hurt at any moment. But he did have the big catch earlier in the year too against Penn State. If people watched the Penn State game earlier in the year, he had the big catch for a touchdown earlier in the year.
What about Carnell Tate? Is he coming? Is he gone?
No, Carnell Tate. This was only his second year, so he has to go. He has to play one more year.
Great.
So we get him for at least one more year.
Yeah, that's great fucking news. Great fucking news.
Yeah, but we lose a lot. We lose a lot on defense, and we got some good offensive linemen in the portal. Our left tackle, he's gonna be a top pick. The one that got hurt against Oregon towards Patella Tennant. And then Donnie Jackson, our All-American guard who moved to left tackle, he's projected to be a first-round pick. Everybody else on the line should come back. So
hey, there was an Ohio State guy called in earlier, and we were talking about Caleb Downs and Jeremiah Smith, and he mentioned them that could be the best defensive player in the country and the best offensive player in the country. And I think he's probably right. And I said it's almost like a Colorado situation from this year with Shador and Travis Hunter. Like you've got 2 top 5 picks there, like one on each side of the ball. Just 2 of the absolute best players in college football on the same roster. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think that we'll be all right. I mean, we open up against Texas. This time we get to play them at home instead of having to go to Texas and play Texas in Texas. People forget that really was like a away game for us.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the year, we gotta go to Ann Arbor and play the team up north. So,
Yeah.
I think we're good as long as we don't play anybody named Michigan.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just be praying when we play them.
Nowhere. Y'all will be in the playoffs again next year for sure. All right, congratulations, Wayne. Great season for y'all, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lou.
All right, buddy. Talk to you next time. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
Morning, Uncle Lou.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man, first off, congratulations to Notre Dame. Like, they had a great season. Nothing more can be said. And I lost a buddy to MS a week and a half ago after Notre Dame got into the final game, and I felt, pretty bad about that. I, took an emergency flight out there, didn't make it. He had MS. They put him on hospice or whatever, and I couldn't make it before he died, but doesn't matter. He knows how I felt about him. All that stuff.
How long had he had it?
Since he was 19. He died at 41.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. My ex-wife has MS.
It was a win-win for me the other night or last night. So yeah, whatever. So don't want to drag it down with that. I mean, I guess congratulations to all the 8s out there. Tennessee, hashtag 1998. Notre Dame, 1998.
1988 for Notre Dame, yeah. 88.
Yeah, y'all's welcome.
All right, buddy. Congratulations on a good win, man. Great season for y'all, and appreciate you calling in. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
Hey, Uncle Lou. I just wanted to, now obviously I'm actually Irish and I'm actually Catholic. I just thought I would. I'm a Notre Dame, Texas guy, and so I will say to the previous Ohio State caller, that sucks, man. I'll say a prayer for you in church or something like that. If that's what you're into. But anyhow, when your team loses to Ohio State 3 times, and I went to Indiana for 1 year, I went to, I grew up in Austin and now I live in South Bend, and I said I'm Irish and Catholic. So it's like when you go 0-3 to Ohio State, you kind of just get numb to it eventually. And I'm down bad.
It's like when Georgia loses to Alabama. Yeah, I'm just used to it now. It doesn't even affect me anymore. Yeah, believe me, I know what you mean, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, okay. I've talked a lot of trash about Ohio State in the past, but there's one word I'm going to call out right now, and the word is soft. I'm not allowed to say that until one of my teams can actually beat Ohio State at this point.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm done doing that. Now, I see people in the chat using that word about Michigan, and I'm like, they're Ohio State fans, and I'm like, I don't know about that, but anyhow, but I just, so now I'm going to kind of use the clown pilled perspective again on next year, because, all Tennessee fans were always like, Nico is winning 49 Heismans. Tennessee's going 100-0.
Oh, yeah.
I give you full permission as a Texas fan to just absolutely rip a new one, in Texas fans, to say Texas is going 100-0, winning 15 Natties, and Arch is winning 39 Heismans, or something like that.
Have you seen the Heisman odds for next year?
I have not. No, not. I've seen some of the odds, but I'm not entirely familiar with the entire list.
Who do you think right now has the best odds to win the Heisman next year? Do you think it's Jeremiah Smith? Do you think it's Cade Klubnik at Clemson? Do you think it's Lenore Sellers at South Carolina? Who do you think it is?
I don't want to say that because I'm a Texas fan.
It's Arch Manning. It's Arch Manning has the best odds right now to win the Heisman next year. I think it's crazy too, and I am a pro. I've been defending Arch Manning since he was a junior, because people just been running around, oh, he's not any good, it's just his last name. And I'm like, look, these coaches aren't stupid. Every team in the country doesn't want Arch Manning because his name is Manning. They want him because he's good. So, I think he's going to be good. But I also think it's crazy that somebody like that with that little experience would have the best odds to win the Heisman. I think that's a little nuts. But he does have the best odds right now to win the Heisman.
Well, I think he will probably win it maybe in 26 if he's going to win it at all. But, Texas has had 0 quarterbacks win the Heisman. I think Vince Young got screwed out of it in 2005. So, I mean, this Texas quarterbacks, even if they have a good season, they just tend to get screwed out of it. So that's why I said what I said in the chat a couple days ago. I think Texas has better odds to win a national championship with Arch than Arch wins a Heisman, and vice versa. I'm not saying we're that either. I'm just saying that if Sark can't win with a generational talent like Arch, Arch, he clocked in at 22 miles an hour on one of those touchdown runs, and he's got a much better deep ball than Quinn. If you can't win a national championship with Arch Manning, I'm just saying you're Mark Richt. And so I'm Sark is kind of on the orange alert level, if you will, and burn orange.
Yeah.
Alert level for this. It's like, bud, this is put up or shut up time, and I just think he needs to hire an offensive coordinator, because after what I saw last year, the red zone has turned into its own adventure that is not fun for me as a Texas fan. So anyhow, I think we're gonna, I'm optimistic for next year, but I still think we got some questions on the offensive line and also with the depth of defensive line next year. So we're losing 4 starters. So, but I am confident overall in the team. So I think we can still make something happen. But anyhow, that's my thing. I'm obviously sad about the national championship game, but I went on my whole pity party parade, last week when Texas lost.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to do that again. Anyhow, I hope you have a good night, Uncle Lou.
All right, buddy. Yeah, thanks for the call, man. It was good to hear from you. Speaking of offensive coordinators, guess who decided not to hire one again for next year? The man. Yeah, the Florida man, Billy Napier, not hiring an offensive coordinator yet again. because it's worked so well so far. Fucking idiot, that Billy Napier. And Florida fans think he knows what he's doing. They think he knows what he's doing. Good morning, you're all with Uncle Lou.
Hey, Lou, love the show, dude.
Hey, time to change that picture, bud.
I did on my YouTube, but it's not showing up in StreamYard or whatever.
Okay.
Hey, man, I was going to talk about something else, but we're on the whole Sark thing and generational talent and stuff. And you're laughing about Florida. Am I missing something here? Is Sark kind of doing the Ryan Day thing at Texas right now?
Calling his own plays?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ohio State has been a blueprint for football in some ways, in a majority of ways, for the last 5-6 years, I feel, of what to do, what not to do. Dude, you watch the Texas-Ohio State game.
I think your turkey's ready.
Right. I see that as everything that I think the Texas-Ohio State game reminded me of the Georgia-Ohio State game, in that the play calling was just better on the Georgia side. Ohio State played the hell out of them, and Texas played a great game too. Now, I don't think Texas is as good as that Georgia and that Ohio State team, which is why I don't think the game was as close. But, dude, the last guy just said, well, Arch Manning is a generational talent. Dude, C.J. Stroud was the best quarterback by numbers in Ohio State this turn of the century.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying Sark can't win a title, don't get me wrong, but does anybody really think that they can with the same thing that Ryan Day was trying to do for the last 4 years?
Yeah, I don't. The number of responsibilities that a head coach has is overwhelming.
Crazy.
And it's even more today than it was yesterday. It'll be more tomorrow than it is today. Roster management, NIL, dealing with the collectives, the speaking tour that you have to do to try to raise money all over the place all the time. Just everything. Recruiting, just everything. There is no reason. I don't think a head coach should even be allowed by the athletic director to be his own coordinator. It's just a terrible idea. Now, a head coach can have plenty of input into the offense, into the defense, whether you're talking about the players you recruit and sign, the type of offense you want to run, the plays you want to practice, things like that. But during a game, there is too much going on for a head coach to be having to call his own plays. I think it's a terrible idea, offensive or defense. You know who never called his own defensive plays? Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Kirby Smart. Kirby Smart and Nick Saban are probably the two best defensive minds over the last 15 years in the world of college football. Neither of them has ever called their own plays as a head coach. It's a terrible idea. There's only a handful of times where it's ever worked. It has failed infinitely more times than it has worked.
Well, and look at, Ohio State again. The defense was miserable. So what's he do? He calls in Jim Knowles. Jim Knowles, the rumor was it takes 2-3 years to get to the point where a Jim Knowles defense is going to shine. And it has. It's taken that long. Ryan Day probably doesn't give a fuck about the defense because he knows it's under control. It's just how it works in my eyes. So, man, I would love to see a great Texas again. I think everybody would. It's good for college football to have these blue bloods do something. But, man, if Sark just comes out, he's got Arch Manning, and he's like, well, there's no true offensive coordinator here but me.
Yeah.
I think they're going to fail upwards still.
And then, the argument that fans will make in favor of their head coach calling plays is, well, he was a great offensive coordinator, or he was a great defensive coordinator. He's a great offensive mind. Hey, breaking news. Almost everybody that becomes a head coach because they were a great coordinator.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean when they become head coach, they should remain a coordinator. It's a bad idea.
Yeah. And especially with Texas, sniffing the national title, essentially, you know you got the rest of the pieces. What are you doing ignoring this last thing? And I feel like I'm talking to a wall at this point. The Buckeyes got over the offensive coordinator hump. Texas, I'm telling them, you're doing the same shit. You're doing the same thing. And if it happens again next year, congratulations on getting to the Final Four, maybe the Elite Eight, whatever it's called next year, and getting beat.
Yeah.
By one play, 2 plays.
Yeah.
It happened to Ohio State. It will happen to Texas. It will.
Good point. All right, buddy. Congratulations on your natty. Thank you for the call. Good morning. You're on with Uncle Lou.
Hey, Lou. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, it's you getting any snow down there?
Yeah, about 3 inches today.
Yeah,
That's
no,
a lot
the
for
snow's
here.
wild.
Yeah, it's a lot for
Yeah,
here.
no. Yeah. Man, it was such a great season. I mean, I know, like, with the play calling, I agree with you on that. I mean, because I just don't think it's a good idea for head coaches to do that.
Yeah,
And
I
you
mean,
say, like,
look, Sarkisian or Billy Napier or any of these people, they don't have to give up, like, all ties to the offense. Like, clearly, they can be involved in the week-to-week game planning, the implementation of the scheme for that week and what plays and what looks they want to do. But the idea that in the middle of a game as a head coach, you've got to be thinking about, okay, how much time's on the clock? What's the down and distance? If we make this first down, or if we don't get it, are we going to go for it on 4? We're going to do this. And if we have to punt, what type of defense are we going to run? And at the same time, be calling the plays in real time. It's just a retarded idea. And it just rarely works. I don't understand it. I don't get it at all.
No, because, like, I mean, Steve Sarkisian is an excellent offensive mind. Billy Napier, but, you know, I mean, it's just, I do understand, like, a coach wanting to go in there and be like, oh, I can take control. I can do all of that. But no.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree with you. We're just getting a Bo Baker update.
All right, Lou. Well, you have a good night.
All right, you too, buddy. Yeah, appreciate you calling in, man. Good to hear from you. All right, that's going to do it for today's edition of Uncle Lou After Dark, the college football call-in show. We'll be back at it again Thursday night at 9 p.m. I might leave this on. I'll leave this on for a while, but this is the end of the show. So shout out to everybody that called in. I appreciate that. You can't have a call-in show without callers. So big shout out to everybody that took the time to call in. Y'all are the real MVPs. And, of course, shout out to Bo Baker. All right, I'll be back Thursday night at 9 p.m. to do it again. Have a good morning. Absolutely, I think they're all healthy. Coach that's not staying at the office in the evening and actually getting spending some time with their family is going to be, from my perspective. So we student athletes pay or taking a day or sick day to bring some of these away. It's wild. Yeah, so I think student athletes that take some
Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird don't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. And if that diamond ring turns to brass, Mama's gonna buy you a looking glass. And if that looking glass gets broke, Mama's gonna buy you a billy goat. And if that billy goat gets cross, Mama's gonna buy you a rocking horse. And if that rocking horse turns over, Mama's gonna buy you a dog named Rover. And if that dog named Rover won't bark, Mama's gonna buy you a horse and cart. And if that horse and cart fall down, you'll still be the sweetest little baby in town.
It's time to unbox your love of the game, presented by Giant Sports Cards. This month, Giant Sports Cards sent 11-year-old Zayden a box of 2024 Topps archives. Zayden's favorite team is the Yankees, and favorite player is Aaron Judge. He continued the Unbox Your Love hot streak by pulling a baseball legend auto for the second month in a row, grabbing this Albert Pujols red foil auto, numbered to 10. He added a Mark McGwire foil auto numbered to 75, and a Junior Caminero rookie aqua sparkle out of 75. Congrats on the incredible box, Zayden. Thank you, Giant Sports Cards holiday unbox. Unbox your love of the game at Giant Sports Cards.
Spectrum Internet customers. Nationwide 5G network you can count on wherever you go. Plus, upgrade your phone anytime, as many times as you want, for any reason. When you get unlimited plus, call
Fargo.
my God, Becky, look at her butt.
it forever just because this is the song that doesn't end. It goes on and on. That's enough time. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that doesn't end. How do I turn you off? It goes on and on. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because it is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever. People started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because it is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on. Singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because it is the song that doesn't end. How do I turn you off? It goes on and on. This is the song that... And don't flip it! The song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it. I want you to go away. Go away. And don't slam the... The song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever. It is the song that doesn't end. It goes on and on, my friend. That's enough, guys. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because it's the song that This is the song that... Charlie! No, stop. Charlie, stop. I want you to go away. Go away. And don't slam it. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because it is the song that doesn't end. It goes on and on. That's enough. Singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because it is the song that This is the song that Charlie Horse. No, yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Guess what? what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. More cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. More cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. More cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. More cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. More cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. More cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Alabama! 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 More cowbell. Alabama! Guess what? I got a fever. Alabama! And the only prescription is more cowbell. Alabama! 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 More cowbell. Alabama! Guess what? I got a fever. Alabama! And the only prescription is more cowbell. Alabama! 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 More cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Alabama! 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 More cowbell. Guess what? Alabama! I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Alabama! 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 More cowbell. Guess what? Alabama! I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Alabama! 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 More cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever. Alabama! And the only prescription is more cowbell. Alabama! 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 More cowbell. Alabama! Guess what? I got a fever. Alabama! And the only prescription is more cowbell. Alabama! Alabama! prescription is more Alabama. 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 Alabama.
Guess what?
Alabama.
And the only prescription
Alabama. Alabama. Georgia, Alabama, 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 Georgia, Alabama. Guess what? I got a fever. Alabama. And the only prescription is Georgia, Alabama, 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 Alabama. Guess what? I got Alabama. And the only prescription is Alabama. 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 Guess what? Alabama. Fever. And the only prescription Alabama. Alabama.
All right. I gotta go to bed. Should I leave the stream going and we can just check on him in the morning, or what? All right, I'm gonna turn the knocking and shit off. Jace, he called into the call-in show, but he fell asleep in the back room of StreamYard before I could put him on, and that was at about 10 o'clock. So he's been asleep for like 3.5 hours.
Just two claims. That's over $1,700. I've had 5 claims, and that is $300 that I've kept on my name.
So, who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or insurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call 1-833-415-4650 now. You've got a subscription for streaming movies.
That's a good point, Evan. You know what I'm gonna do?
Get home service. Plans from home service start at just $4.99. Call 1-800-324-6909 or visit homeserve.com.
It's a hard conversation to
I think I'm gonna end the stream. But well, I don't know. Yeah, I can try to record it, but
Those people are taking it just makes it really easy and succinct for people to go through.
having a plan in place. It was a huge relief.
TrustedWell.com. Through HIMS, you can find personalized prescriptions, including GLP-1 injections and home medications. Online, so you can feel healthy and confident. GLP-1 injections starting at $165 a month. There's always programs, but I also use as an entrepreneur, that's essential. There's no annual fee, no interest, and no penalty. Check it out at China.
all right. Well, I am gonna end the stream. I'll record it on my end, I guess. Okay, and if he does wake up and do something funny or whatever, I'll at least have it recorded. I'm afraid if I leave it streaming and he wakes up and takes his clothes off or does something, I get the channel taken down. So, yeah, I am going to stop the stream now. I'm recording it now, though, so if something happens, I'll have it for you tomorrow. Yeah, all right, I'm out of here.